F-86 airplane. Very cool. Uh, reach the end game on field 2. Blue Alliance is going for a high chamber tightening. Thanks to defense from the ref side on the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance is falling behind apparently. Welcome back to the competition area. Back from lunch. We got some session. Had a nice drink. Prepared your robot if you need it. We'll be setting up match 17 here on field 1, where we have the Masters 8641 and Fulcrum 10694 on the Red Alliance. They'll be against Tesla Coils 5026 and Mecha Knights 16028. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referee. 3, 2, 1, go! All the robots take off for the autonomous period. The Masters and Mechanites each pushing samples into the observation zone to be turned into specimens for extra points. Meanwhile, Fulcrum going for samples on the Red Alliance, and Tesla Coils looks like they're going for the high basket but may have fell out of the field. The Masters get a second sample into a specimen onto the high chamber. The Mechanites just one short.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The driver-controlled period has begun. Test coils take their pre-loaded sample and place into the high basket. They give their alliance partners a warm hug to see if it will jostle them awake. The Masters continue getting specimens in the observation zone, following the same pattern from Autonomous. The Tesla coils and the Masters over near the blue baskets, competing for the non-alliance specific yellow samples. While they may be closer on one side of the field, they are free for anyone to pick up and score. The Masters running into the Mechanites, preventing them from scoring nearly as effectively. It looks like Mechanites may have a stuck specimen or element in their robot and may be attempting to dislodge it. Tesla Coils picking up a sample and placing it in the blue high basket. Fulcrum going for the yellow near. Fulcrum pushing yellow sample, but holding a red. The robots can only control up to one sample at a time, or specimen. The Master is going for the red sample nearby the observation zone, while Tesla Coils go fishing in the submersible. The Mechanites look like they're preparing early for an endgame hang. Tesla Coils getting another yellow sample into their high basket. Mechanites poised, ready to ascend from the depths. Fulcrum looking to pick up maybe one more red sample, while the Masters waiting their opportunity to either park in the observation zone for a few points. Tesla Coils and Mechanites both look like they are parked in the ascent zone. Tesla Coils suspended above the ground. We await the scores for match 17. However, we have match 18 being set up on field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 12351 Aviators and 21676 Traffic Code and Pigeon Girls. Give them a cheer. On the Blue Alliance, we have 15749 the Ohms Baconators and 10553 the Ohms Velocity Raptors. The team Ohms will probably put up a lot of resistance. We have the scores for match 17. The Red Alliance takes the bigger catch today. Match 18. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Something happened. Please try again later. Hello again. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees, thumbs up. Great. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving. Both Ohm's teams working in unison. Each of their autons going for their preloaded specimen. However, only one of them hits their mark. Meanwhile, the traffic contingent girls raise their lift, reaching the top rung. The aviators, meanwhile, are parked nearby the submersible. They take a quick break before the teleop period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun. The Ohms Raptors and the Ohms Baconators, each heading for the nearest samples. The Velocity Raptors getting a sample in the blue high basket, while their alliance partner, the Velocity Raptors, pushing samples into their observation zone to turn them into specimens for scoring. The aviators heading over nearby the blue basket, maybe to try to take those yellow samples from the blue side of the field. The Baconators scoring another specimen onto their high chamber. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girl have successfully maneuvered 3 samples into the net zone for points. Baconators have yet another sample. The aviators appear to be blocking the way a little bit. They may be missing air traffic control. The Velocity Raptors getting another sample into the high basket. We've nearly exhausted all the available elements on the field. Aviators still waiting for a call from flight control, while Baconators continue to pick up the last specimen that they had from the observation zone, scoring it onto the blue high chamber. The Velocity Raptors reach into the submersible. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls look to be preparing to get a park or hang for the end game. The aviators appear to be lining up. The Ohms teams heading to the observation zone, each scoring 3 points. They are parked in the zone. The aviators suspended on the second rung for ascent 2 earn 15 points. On field 1, preparing for match 19. On the Red Alliance, we have 21881 Skynets and their alliance partner 10695 Minerva. Even if you don't know them, give them a cheer. Equally so, welcome the Blue Alliance 10694 Fulcrum and 24087 Mechastorm. I hope you're ready, because the match will begin in 3, 2. I got ahead of myself. We have scores to show first from the previous match, but we don't have them yet, though. So this is a cliffhanger. Please wait in great suspense. We have the match scores. After a short intermission, the Blue Alliance takes the dive. Okay, we are now ready for match 19. Hopefully Blue Alliance is paying attention. Ready? And the Red Alliance is paying attention and ready. Great. 3, 2, 1, go! Two robots from each team continue moving. On the Blue Alliance going for specimens, on the Red Alliance going for samples. Minerva of the Red Alliance picking up another sample off the field. But like a claw machine that may or may not be rigged, it just misses.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All the robots are moving now. 21881 Skynet looking for the yellow samples closer to the blue basket. They may have trying to push them into their own Alliance depot. On the Blue Alliance 24087, Mecha Storm getting a sample into their high baskets. They appear to be picking up the samples nearby their blue observation zone, be placing into their high baskets. Fulcrum and Minerva appear to be working together to pick up the nearby samples and place them into their high basket on the red side. 21881 Skynet continuing to slowly maneuver those yellow samples across the field for points. Both Minerva and Mechastorm each reaching up for sample deposits on their baskets. Minerva with another sample, the red high basket. Fulcrum lining up for one, as well as Mechastorm. Skynet maneuvering the nearby red samples towards their observation zone. The endgame period has been started. Teams may park at the end of the period or may ascend the rungs on the submersible to earn extra points. They may continue doing the same tasks during the teleop period. An element exited the field. A fish out of water. Over on field 2 for match 20. On the Red Alliance, we have 24703 Celestial Robotics and their alliance partner 19389 Angry Aliens. 28285 By and Large and 26630 Chaos Squared represent the Blue Alliance. We have scores from match 19. The Blue Alliance takes home the catch. Back on field 2 for match 20. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Beginning the match, we have a robot from each alliance using only pre-programmed instructions in scoring. On the Blue Alliance, 26630 Chaos Squared, picking up 2 samples. Let's see if they get all 3, 1 preloaded and 2 picked up off the field into their high basket. On the Red Alliance, a sample turned specimen preloaded, barely missed from the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun. All the robots working towards the closest samples on the Red Alliance. The Angry Aliens moving to push the yellow samples nearby their baskets into the net zone for points. Their alliance partner lining up to pick up specimens created from the observation zone and score them onto the red chamber. On the Blue Alliance, Chaos Squared picking up from the submersible, raising their tall arm and scoring into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partner, by and large, pushing samples into the observation zone. Another sample for the Blue Alliance high basket. A specimen being placed for the Blue Alliance in the high chamber. It succeeds. A specimen for the Red Alliance. Field has run out of available samples to pull, easily push around the field. Teams must now reach into the submersible if they wish to get more. Chaos Squared casting their nets once again into the submersible. Red specimen decided it didn't want to be on the high chamber. Reached the end game. Looks like on the Red Alliance may get one more specimen. Same for the Blue Alliance. Chaos Squared getting another sample for their high basket. Teams look to be preparing to park or ascend the submersible for the last second points. Before we receive the match scores for match 20, I'll introduce the teams for match 21. On the Blue Alliance, we have 5667 RoboMiners and their alliance partner 26583 NASA, nerds attempting stupid acronyms. On the Red Alliance, Raptor Racers 12515 and Tesla Coils 5026. We have the match scores from match 20. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. 165 points. Congratulations. Over on field 1, you're ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, go. All the robots move during the autonomous period. Tesla coils on the Red Alliance moving samples to the observation zone to be turned into specimens. Robominers on the Blue Alliance picking up the nearby samples to place them into the high baskets. But it looks like they missed the baskets. Tesla coil's second specimen appears to have missed the high chamber. Other robots have positioned themselves nearby other samples for the teleop period. Robominers going for the submersible. Tesla coils looking maybe to pick up the specimen that they lost during Auton. Their alliance partner Raptor Racers, meanwhile, navigating the high seas and pushing those yellow samples over into the net zone. On the Blue Alliance, NASA heading towards the observation zone, preparing specimens. Both Tesla coils and Robominers, meanwhile, use their arms to reach into the submersible to collect samples. Robominers scoring another sample into high baskets. Raptor Racers pushing all the samples nearby into the net zone for points. Over on the Blue Alliance, NASA attempting to score another blue specimen. Robominers using the robot to push the yellow sample, but decide instead to go for the submersible. Tesla coils lining up and getting a second specimen, placing it on in record time. And another. Meanwhile, the Robominers get another sample in the high baskets. NASA on the Blue Alliance collecting specimens. The Raptor Racers have set themselves collecting all of the available samples and pushing them into the net zone for 2 points each. The Tesla coils have stacked up the specimens. They may have missed them during autonomous, but they brought them back during teleop. In the last 10 seconds, the Robominers get a sample in the high baskets. Meanwhile, it appears at least 2 robots are lining up for hanging. The Tesla coils of the Red Alliance and NASA of the Blue suspended off the ground. Over on field 2, preparing for match 22. On the Blue Alliance, we have 3747, the Hive, and their alliance partner 8641, the Masters. On the Red Alliance, they will be facing the Eliminators 18806 and the Ohms Baconators 15749. I have not tried putting lemon juice on my bacon. We have scores from match 21. We have a 1-point difference between our competitors in match 21. Congratulations to both teams. Red Alliance from match 22. Are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, score. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 of the 4 robots move, pushing to get their preloaded samples or specimens into their correct scoring location. The Hive getting multiple samples and getting them into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Masters parking nearby the observation zone for the teleop period. On the Red Alliance, we have a specimen barely hanging on the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The Hive goes fishing. I don't know what they're using for bait. The Masters grab a specimen, but donate it to the local wildlife in the submersible. The Eliminators pushing the yellow samples into the net zone. The Baconators pushing samples of the red side over to be made into specimens in the observation zone. Hive getting another catch and delivering it to the high baskets. The Master's back with a specimen, and they put it in the chamber. Baconators go for another specimen, but it is donated to the local field outside the submersible this time. Masters get another specimen onto their high chamber, while the Baconators go for their second one, succeeding. The Eliminators continuing to push samples towards the red net zone, while the Hive cycles from the submersible, placing their samples into the high baskets. The Masters pulling from the submersible and delivering to the observation zone. Convert those samples into specimens stored in the high chamber. The Hive continuing to pick up samples from the submersible as well. Eliminators maneuvering more samples closer to the net zone, while the Baconators attempt to pick up the nearby specimen to score back onto the high chamber. We've reached the end game, and the teams are getting to their last cycles. The Masters may be collecting their last specimen. The Hive getting another sample in their high basket. The Eliminators look like they've reached up to the second ascent rung, score parking points, while the Baconators have gone for the observation zone. This may be a high-scoring match. What's the catch? There is none. That wasn't a joke. We have the scores for the previous match. I forgot. A Blue Alliance victory with 193 points. I believe that is the second highest score we've seen from an Alliance today. Congratulations. Over on field 1 with match 23. On the Red Alliance, we have 16028, the Mecha Knights, and their alliance partner, 25976, Techno Knights. A chivalrous combo. And on the Blue Alliance, 25678, Disconnect, and 17230, Aluminum Falcons. Ready to begin our match in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots moving. 2 robots going for specimens, and the others towards the high baskets. On the Red Alliance, 25976, going for the samples, the yellow samples, but then parking towards the send zone. Over on the Blue Alliance, 1720, collecting 2 specimens onto the high chamber. teleop phase has begun. Straight away, the Mechanites collect specimens from the observation zone and place them on the red high chamber. Meanwhile, on the blue alliance, the Techno Knights collecting from the observation zone, while the Mechanites picking up from the ground to go score samples in their baskets. Techno Knights get another specimen. While on the red alliance, we have an attempt to hang on the high basket. This is unfortunately not permitted, nor is it worth any points. The blue alliance getting a sample into the high basket, but one leaves the net. Mecha Knights getting another specimen, but also going fishing before they take a break and catch their haul. Disconnect continuing to get specimens from the observation zone, while Aluminum Falcons go fishing. Mecha Knights pushing samples towards their observation zone, grabbing a specimen as they leave. Endgame period has been reached. Robots will be going for the last cycles they can and preparing to park in the observation zone or ascend the rungs. On the Blue Alliance 17230, Aluminum Falcons suspended above the ground. Right before the timer hits, the Mecha Knights ascended. Over on field 2, preparing for match 24. On the Red Alliance, we have 26630 Chaos Squared and their alliance partner 3747 The Hive. On the Blue Alliance, we have 12351 The Aviators and their fellow Park City team 10695 Minerva. The pause is to whet your appetite to see who makes a splash. We have scores from match 23. The Blue Alliance with a score of 151 to 132. Congratulations to both alliances. Back at match 24. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Score. Okay, we'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving to the autonomous phase. The Hive, once again using their fast speed of their drivetrain to push samples into the observation zone to be turned into specimen. Their alliance partner, 26630, Chaos Squared, instead picking up the yellow samples put into the high basket. Minerva attempts the same strategy, getting one of the preloaded samples into the high basket, but misses the second. Aviators, the Blue Alliance, getting one specimen onto the high chamber for blue.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The drivers are now in control. The robot's quickly finishing off the nearby samples and placing them to the scoring zones. Chaos Squared and Aviators going fishing, looking for submersible samples. Minerva collecting the nearby samples off the field, placing their high basket. The other three robots all fishing. Robots may only pick up Alliance-specific samples that correspond with their team. If you're on blue, you must pick up blue. If you're on red, you must pick up red. We had a flying sample, not included with the Andy Mark field set. The Hive, after collecting a number of samples, is now turned them into specimens and is loading them onto the high chamber for the Red Alliance. Minerva of the Blue Alliance is collecting samples directly from the submersible and placing them into the high baskets. The Aviators have been converting samples themselves into specimens and loading them up. Chaos Squared has been collecting samples and putting them in the high baskets. The Hive is taking a break. Chaos Squared going for another sample during the last 15 seconds. Aviators and Minerva both lining up, it looks like, to do an Ascent 2. Chaos Square doing the same. We have 3 robots defying the laws of physics. Red Alliance, are you missing? Yes. We have the match scores for match 24. The Red Alliance makes the bigger splash. 192, congratulations. On field 1 for the Blue Alliance, we have 10694 Fulcrum and their alliance partner 25976 Techno Knights. On the Red Alliance, they'll be facing 18806 the Eliminators and the 21676 Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls. Are we ready to start match 25? We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Both robots of the Blue Alliance and the Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls of the Red Alliance moving samples and moving around towards the submersible area. Fulcrum of the Blue Alliance getting a sample into the high baskets. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls have raised their long arm.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop phase has begun. Fulcrum of the Blue Alliance picking up the nearby samples to deploy them into the high baskets. Your alliance partner moving the samples nearby to their observation zone to be turned into specimens. The eliminators maneuvering the red samples towards their observation zone. The Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls attempt to move the other samples nearby towards the net zone. It looks like there may be a red sample underneath the Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls. Fulcrum dropping another sample into the Blue Alliance high basket. Techno Knights looking to pick up the blue samples nearby the observation zone. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls pushing a red sample into their net zone. The Techno Knights on the Blue Alliance trying to pick up a specimen from the observation zone. Fulcrum picking up another yellow sample for the blue high baskets. The eliminators continue to maneuver the red samples closer towards their aligned partner. The Techno Knights pick up another specimen lining up with the high chamber. The eliminators, the Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls, raising their lifts and or arms through the submersible. They may be looking to get an ascent 2 for 15 points. Fulcrum of the Blue Alliance getting another sample in the high basket. While the Techno Knights ascend off the ground, getting a clear ascent 2. Over on field 2, preparing for match 26. On the Red Alliance, we have 21881 Skynet, and their alliance partner 25678 Disconnect. An unlikely pair. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 15749 the Ohms Baconators, and 12515 the Raptor Racers. We have the scores for match 25. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. Blue Alliance, match 26. Are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees. Score. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. All the robots moving for the autonomous period. The Blue Alliance, the Raptor Racers moving over to the net zone, while their alliance partner, Holmes Baconators, scoring a specimen and then parking in the observation zone. Red Alliance, Skynet, and Disconnect moving towards the net zone and observation zone. They take a breather, just like I am.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Raptor Racers absolutely racing to get their yellow samples into the net zone for the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partner Baconators moving the blue samples towards their observation zone for turning into specimens. Disconnect, picking up the specimens and placing them onto their high chamber, while Skynet goes fishing in submersible. The Baconators lining up for another blue high chamber specimen. Another high chamber specimen for Disconnect for Red Alliance. Baconators getting another specimen. Disconnect, Skynet, both going for samples in the submersible. Disconnect, picking up another specimen off the wall from observation zone, while their alliance partner, Skynet, goes for the baskets. The Blue Alliance manages their traffic and gets another blue specimen onto the high chamber. Both blue robots are parking in the observation zone for 3 points each. Disconnect, parking in the observation zone for the Red Alliance, while Skynet looks to be going for a park Ascent 1. Over on Field 1, preparing for match 27. You have the Red Alliance. The bird. It's a plane. No, it's the Angry Aliens, 19389. With their alliance partner, 8641, the Masters. On the Blue Alliance, we have nerds attempting stupid acronyms. NASA, 26583, and Mechastorm, 24087. You're good to go. We have the scores from the previous match. Red Alliance takes the victory for our previous match. And now we are ready for match 27. In 3, 2, 1, go. The Masters and Angry Aliens each moving towards the corner of the field. The Blue Alliance each moving towards maybe the center of the field. Masters getting a specimen onto the high chamber and looking to get more during the autonomous period. Getting a second specimen. They've grabbed a third. The third specimen lands it in the robot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The Blue Alliance moving quickly to pick up and move samples towards the observation zone. 24087. Mecha Storm is placing a specimen onto the high chamber and then reaching for the high basket. Angry Aliens continuing to push samples into the red net zone. NASA picking up a specimen, the Blue Alliance, and looking to aim on the high chamber. Running out of samples available on the field to easily push around. Robots now must reach into the submersible. Masters inconveniently positioning themselves on the Blue Alliance side. Angry Aliens pushing the red samples remaining through their net zone. NASA getting another sample. Turn specimen to the high chamber as endgame hits. While their alliance partner gets to another sample from the submersible, looking to get another one into the high baskets. The Red Alliance has parked in the observation zone. Both robots appear to be hanging on the Blue Alliance for Ascent 2. Over on Field 2 for Match 28. On the Blue Alliance, we have 10533, the Ohms Velocity Raptors, and their alliance partner, 5667, Robominers. On the Red Alliance, they'll be facing 28285, by and large, and 16028 Mechanites. We have the scores from our previous match. The Blue Alliance takes the victory for 106 points. Congratulations to both teams. Match 28, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, scoring. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. The Blue Alliance has both robots moving. The Robominers getting a sample on the high basket. Unfortunately missing their seconds. While their alliance partner, Ohms Baconator, Velocity Raptors, goes for a specimen on the high chamber. Mechanites on the Red Alliance score their second specimen onto the red high chamber. It looks like they've gotten 3 specimens during the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Mechanites continuing to pick up specimens from the observation zone and move them onto the high chamber. Their alliance partner, by and large, maneuvering the samples over to the observation zone to be turned into specimens. The Velocity Raptors on the Blue Alliance lining up for their second specimen, while the Robo Miners pick up the samples on the fields. Mecha Knights going for a swim. Another specimen collected by the Velocity Raptors looking to be placed onto the high chamber. The Red Alliance, by and large, tries to get a red specimen on. Mega Knights picking up another red sample from the submersible, while Robo Miners gets another sample into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. The Velocity Raptors getting another specimen, about to match the 4 specimens that are on the red side. Robo Miners continues to pick up samples from the submersible and place them in the high basket. Mecha Knights delivering more samples to the observation zone, while their alliance partner, by and large, lines up to get their own specimen onto the red high chamber. Velocity Raptors going for their 4th specimen. Hopefully, it will not be the last. The robots rush to finish their last cycle or park to earn points as the game finishes. Has anyone seen the Tesla coils? I see the Tesla coils. Just arriving on the field for match 29. The Blue Alliance, we have 24703 Celestial Robotics and their alliance partner 21676 Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls. On the Red Alliance, we have 17230 Aluminum Falcons and their alliance partner 5026 Tesla Coils. We have the scores from our previous match 28. The Blue Alliance wins. Congratulations to both teams. We're ready to begin match 29 in 3, 2, 1, go. 17230 Aluminum Falcons getting a specimen scored right away and then pushing samples to the observations. The test coils getting their own preloaded specimen onto the high chamber, while Aluminum Falcons goes for yet another. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls moving the yellow sample towards their net zone, while their alliance partner Celestial Robotics moves towards the observation zone for parking points. Aluminum Falcons barely clipping on that last specimen for the end of Autumn.
2, 1.
Celestial Robotics looks to be going for a specimen from the blue observation zone. Aluminum Falcons is doing the same for the Red Alliance. Tesla Coils going for the nearby samples from the spike marks. Place them into the baskets. While the Aluminum Falcons, after using all the nearby samples from the observation zone, go for the submersible. Celestial Robotics going for another specimen from the observation zone. Tesla Coils collecting from the submersible, while Aluminum Falcons goes for another specimen on the red high chamber. Aluminum Falcons lost their catch. Tesla Coil sends some samples flying from the high basket. Celestial Robotics preparing to pick up another specimen from the observation zone. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls are standing in awe. Aluminum Falcons going for another high basket, but it also leaves the field. Tesla Coils going for another cycle from the submersible. Aluminum Falcons and Celestial Robotics preparing to earn points for hanging at the end of the game. That's we yes. Before we reveal the scores for our last qualifying match of the day, we have alliance selection beginning at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, encourage your teams to go talk to one another and communicate for alliance selection. Even if you aren't a team captain, you may be selected to compete in the qualifying matches. So communicate with your fellow teams. Now, for the match scores. The Red Alliance wins our last match with 170 points. See you back at 3 o'clock for alliance selection.
Hello. Can we give a round of applause for such a crazy, amazing day? Okay, Zarin, come over here. Apparently, somebody's missing a phone.
What kind of phone is it? What kind of Android? Come claim your prize.
Now, she can do that because if you saw her line dance with the Mechanites, I'm surprised that phone did not fly into the other gym because they were pretty amazing with their line dancing. Thank you, Mechanites. All right. We're doing it a little bit different because, it's the last qualifier before the state championship. So what I'm going to ask the captain from each of the teams to stand on this orange line right behind it. So one captain from every team, please.
One representative from each team.
Or one representative. Right here, face the audience. Jaden. No, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Sorry, I was waiting for a photographer to help me because I can't do all the positions. All right. These are representatives from each of our amazing teams. So please give it up. How am I supposed to see if there's a representative from each of our teams? I don't have the list.
You're not here. Raise your hand. All accounted for.
We're missing somebody. Okay, we're going to do a roll call. Where's my paper? Okay, the Hive. Tesla Coils. Robominers. The Masters. Ohms Velocity Raptors. Fulcrum. Minerva. Raptor Racers. Ohms Baconators. Mechanites. Aluminum Falcons. Angry Aliens. I see William. Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls. Skynet. Mechastorm. Celestial Robotics. Disconnect. Technonites. Nerds attempting stupid acronyms, NASA. Chaos Squared. By and large. How am I missing somebody? They're all here.
Job.
We need Trishelle, who's been a ridiculously amazing lead scorekeeper. Can we give it up for Trishelle? Okay, as you know, Trishelle comes all the way from Idaho with Tesla Coils to come do this for us, and she runs matches with the most efficiency. Okay, but I know you're all looking at me, but your audience wants to see you. So you're going to turn around and smile at the wonderful people that love you. And so you don't feel weird like, okay, she's behind us. I'm going to stand with you guys. All right, it's now time to move on to the playoff portion of the competition, right? So do we have 23 teams still? Okay. Here's how alliance selection begins. First, we announce the top 6 ranked teams. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performance in the qualification matches. After the number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the next highest ranked and unpicked team will then make their selection. We continue this process till we have all 6 seeded alliances. Each alliance this time is going to be making up 2 teams. So previous, we have more teams. We do 3. That was me to say we need to grow FTC. Okay? Take the opportunity, the love that you have. Let's grow this community so that we get back up to our bigger numbers and we go to the bigger 3-team alliances. All right, let's go. Okay, so these wonderful little markers are where your teams are going to stand. 6th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 3rd. All right, are we ready? Ready? Okay, 6th seed is 10533 Ohms Velocity Raptors. Congrats. 5th place, team 25678 Disconnect. Fourth place, 5667 Robominers. Third, 17230 Aluminum Falcons. Second place, 26630 Chaos Squared. Okay, 3747 The Hive. You know they're buzzing. Do you want to do the next part?
The Hive. Who would you like to invite to your colony?
What's that buzzing in my ear? That Chaos Squared I hear? 3747 would love to invite 26630 to be our alliance partner.
What do you say?
We would love to take a dive with the Hive. Team 26630 Chaos Squared graciously accepts this invitation.
Because the first seed has invited the second seed to their alliance, the second seed will now be the third seed. The third seed moves up to the second spot, and we invite a new team in our 6th position. 26583 Nerds. NASA, please come down to the stage. Now, our second seed, who would you like to invite to your alliance?
We would like to invite 5026 Tesla Coils to join our Rebel Alliance. Together we'll shock the Empire and bring voltage to the galaxy's greatest showdown.
Team 5026 Tesla Coils would like to take to the sky and create a Thunderbird. We graciously accept.
We now move to our third seed. Who would you like to invite to your alliance?
In this beautiful town of 5 robotics teams, we'd like it to keep it here. We'd like to see how high we can fly with Team 12351 Aviators.
I don't know how well a plane will work working in the mine, but we graciously accept.
For our 4th alliance, who will you select?
Team 25678 Disconnect would love to plug in the Wisdom. Team 10695 Minerva.
Team 10695 Minerva graciously accepts.
For our 5th alliance,
You know what would really make us flip? Is if Team 26583 NASA could join us to the moon.
Team 26583 NASA politely declines.
a captain that declines an invitation does not lose their right to remain a captain, but may not be invited by a different one. What is your next choice?
Well, in that case, we'd like to take it back to the good old days of knights and stuff. So we'd like to invite team 15028 Mecha Knights to join our alliance.
Everything was better in the good old days. Team 16028 graciously accepts.
And finally, for our 6th alliance, who do you select?
Here at NASA, our satellites have detected a storm approaching, and it almost seems mechanical. We would like to invite Team 24087 Mechastorm to join our alliance.
Team 24087 politely accept.
Beep boop. We'll begin the elimination rounds in 15 minutes. Team captains, please stay here to talk with the referees. Other teams, please get ready to compete. Oh, everyone needs to stay here. My apologies. Just these 12.
Can we give a great applause to our playoff teams? All right, you playoff teams, you're going to talk to our head ref right here. Oh, Sammy, right? I've got 2 amazing head refs. Everybody else, in 15 minutes, we're going to see some amazing playoffs.
We are preparing to start our first elimination match 1. The Mecha Knights, Gnomes, Velocity Raptors against Minerva and Disconnect. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, scoring. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 of 4 robots moving. The Blue Alliance's Mecha Knights scoring a specimen right off the bat and pushing samples to their observation zone, while Minerva on the Red Alliance goes for a high basket sample and plans to get more. The Velocity Raptors have parked in the net zone. Mecha Knights have stopped in front of the submersible. Minerva getting a second sample of the Autonomous into their high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All the robots are off, controlled by fingers and hands. Home's Velocity Raptors going immediately to drop their preload into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Mecha Knights goes for a dive into the submersible, looking to collect samples to convert into specimens. Minerva collecting the nearby yellow samples for the high basket, while Disconnect works on specimens. Mecha Knights gets a specimen onto the low chamber. The Velocity Raptors going for the nearby yellow samples, the score in the samples, score in the high basket. Minerva taking samples from the submersible after taking the rest from the spike marks on the field. Disconnect collecting the specimens from the observation zone, while Mecha Knights collects from the submersible and has them prepared in multiple cycles, the specimens for the chambers. Minerva placing another sample to the high basket. Running out of samples on the field, the teams just once again go into the submersible with various arms, extensions, and intakes to pick up the samples. Velocity Raptors get a specimen for the Blue Alliance onto the high chamber. Lining up to the high chamber is Disconnect, actually connecting a specimen. The end game, teams will be racing to finish their last cycles and hang for more points. Minerva appears to be attempting to hang with an ascent 2. A blue and red robot each parked in their respective alliance observation zones. Setting up on field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 12351 Aviators and their alliance partner 5667 Robominers, both from Park City. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24087 Mechastorm and their alliance teammate NASA, Nerds Attempting Stupid Acronyms 26583.
All right, audience. I know you're tired. It's been a long day, but these teams, They're in the playoffs. We need a little bit more excitement and love.
And with that, we have the first results of our elimination match 1. The Red Alliance takes the victory with a score of 146. Congratulations. Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Hooray, scoring. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. All the robots take off. The Robominers going for samples in their high basket for the Red Alliance. Aviators doing specimens. While in the Blue Alliance, both robots have frozen mid-attempt to get to the high chamber. Robominers gets a second sample into their high basket. Aviators reaching for a second specimen at the high chamber. Robominers parking in the ascent zone, while Aviators parks in the observation zone.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
On the Blue Alliance, NASA and Mecha Storm are once again moving, going to the nearest samples and pushing them into the observation zone, or collecting for placing in the high baskets. Specimens can only be placed onto the high chamber for points, and the samples only in the baskets. Robominers on the Red Alliance stacking all the yellow samples from the spike marks into the high baskets. Aviators going straight to the submersible. The Blue Alliance getting 2 specimens onto their high chamber, while Mecha Storm reaches for another sample into the high basket. Aviators on the Red Alliance getting another specimen onto the high chamber and lining up for another from the observation zone. The Robominers lining up to get the last yellow sample, the spike mark near the wall. Aviators placing the last specimen from their player station and going fishing for more. A low basket sample by a Mecha Storm. And NASA lining up for another specimen. Teams of the Red Alliance Aviators is suspended off the ground for a Ascent 2. Looks like we might get a last second hang. And off the ground. We had robots suspended from the submersible in the center and robots in the corner observation zones for parking points. While we await the scores for our next match, let's give a shout out to the referees, counting all the points you've been scored at today's competition. we have the scores from our second elimination match. Red Alliance. Over on field 1, setting up for the Red Alliance here, we have 37-47, the Hive. And their alliance partner, 26-630, Chaos Squared. On the Blue Alliance, we have Disconnect, 25-678, and their alliance partner, Minerva, 10-695. All right, we're ready to begin playoff match 3. In 3, 2, 1, go! Both teams have both the robots moving. Minerva going for samples as they have done consistently. The Hive attempting their specimen auton, but it has been lost inside the submersible. Maybe treasure to be fished out next time. Minerva going for a second sample, but it doesn't look like it made it to the blue high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Disconnects moving now in the teleop period, quickly moving the samples on the blue spike marks, becomes specimens in the observation zone. Minerva recovering the samples. Meanwhile, the yellow ones for the high basket for the Blue Alliance. The Hive is also pushing their red samples towards the observation zone. While their alliance partner Chaos Squared has finished off the remaining spike mark samples from the beginning of the match, putting them into the high baskets. Disconnect getting another specimen onto the high chamber, while Minerva goes for another sample for the high basket. 3 robots go fishing, 4 robots go fishing, but then one didn't like it, so they left. Chaos Squared with another sample for the Red Alliance in the high basket. Minerva reaching for another high basket. The Hive has prepared a large set of specimens on the wall of their observation zone. Looks like they'll be putting them on one at a time for the high chamber. Chaos Squared picking up their own samples from the submersible and loading them into the high baskets. Minerva doing the same. Disconnect going for the submersible. Without any samples on the field, the teams must utilize expert driver control in order to remove them from the submersible and get them into positions scoreable. The endgame period, the ascent scoring achievement becomes available. Minerva suspends themselves on the second ascent zone for 15 points. Parking in the observation zone nets 3 points for the Hive on the Red Alliance and Disconnect on the Blue Alliance. we have the scores from our third playoff match. The Red Alliance rose to the surface with a score of 194. Congratulations to both alliances. Over on field 2 for playoff match 4, we have the two Park City teams in the Blue Alliance, 5667 Robo Miners and 12351 Aviators. They could use a bigger cheer than that. And an equivalently large cheer is deserved by the Red Alliance with 5026 Tesla Coils and 17230 Aluminum Falcons. We should also thank our field resetters for setting the field in a pristine, untouched condition between every match so that you can have a fair playing experience. Give them a round of applause. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Referees, scoring will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! We have 3 robots moving during the autonomous period. Robo Miners scoring a sample in their high baskets. For the Blue Alliance, on the Red Alliance, we have Tesla Coils getting a specimen onto the high chamber. Aluminum Falcons goes to the observation zone. Aviators also go to the observation zone after placing their preloaded specimen onto the high chamber. The Robo Miners head to the ascent zone and lean their arm onto the second rung.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The teleop period has begun, and now the Tesla Coils are picking up the nearby samples to deploy into the high baskets. Aluminum Falcons, straight from the observation zone, take their specimen and put it onto the high chamber. Robo Miners looking to pick up their spiked marked yellow samples nearby their baskets, while Aviators pushes their samples, the blue specific ones, over to the observation zone to be turned into specimens. Aluminum Falcons going for another cycle, placing their specimen onto the high chamber, while Tesla Coils continues to pick up the yellow sample in order to place it on the high basket. Robo Miners lining up for the yellow samples, Aviators lining up for the blue specimens. From the submersible, Aluminum Falcon goes fishing. Tesla Coils also goes to the submersible after placing all of the samples off the field. Aviators gets another specimen for the high chamber for blue, but Aluminum Falcons does the same for the Red Alliance. Tesla Coils dropping a sample into the high basket for red. We have 3 robots going to the submersible now. Teams must work with their alliance partner in order to not run into each other when cycling and scoring objectives for maximum efficiency if they hope to come out on top. Tesla Coils and the Red Alliance placing another sample into their basket. Robo Miners doing the same. Aviators in the submersible. Aluminum Falcons preparing to hang. Tesla Coils getting a last sample into the high baskets for the Red Alliance. Aviators suspended off the ground alongside the Aluminum Falcons for the Red Alliance. Setting up on field 1 for playoff match 5, we have 26583 NASA and their alliance partner 24087 Mecha Storm. On the red alliance, we have 25678 Disconnect and their alliance partner 10695 Minerva. We have the scores from playoff match 4. The Blue Alliance has taken the victory by 2 points. An incredibly close game. Congratulations to both alliances. Setting up on field 1. We're almost ready. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees, scoring will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! The Blue Alliance robots have a collision that may move their autons from doing their intended course. On the Red Alliance, Disconnect has moved for a park in the observation zone, while Minerva goes for samples. While I couldn't see from my angle, collisions are not permitted. Interference is not permitted by each alliance during the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Disconnect, rapidly moving to push their samples into the observation zone. The human player and the driver must practice together in order to get the timing right and to avoid penalties. Over on the Blue Alliance, Mecha Storm scoring their yellow samples into their high baskets, while NASA is collecting their specimens from the observation zone. Nerva finishes off the last yellow sample from nearby the baskets and now must go to the submersible. NASA scores a second specimen onto the blue high chamber. Both Minerva and Disconnect of the Red Alliance go fishing. Another blue specimen for the high chamber. NASA lining up for another from the observation zone. While Mecha Storm, Disconnect, and Minerva all are in the submersible. Minerva and Mecha Storm each placing a yellow sample in the high basket. Disconnect collecting specimens. So is NASA for the Blue Alliance. A dropped sample from Mecha Storm. It might be a rainy day. Endgame has been reached. Another red specimen for Disconnect. Teams must decide whether they have enough time to earn points through adding a sample to their basket, a specimen to the chamber, or hang park in order to maximize their points to secure their victory. Minerva suspended from the bars. Disconnect parking in the red observation zone. The other blue robots both suspended off the ground. Preparing for the next playoff match on Field 2. We have the Blue Alliance with the Velocity Raptors 10-5-3-3 and their alliance partner, the Mecha Knights 16-0-2-8. Against the Red Alliance 1-7-2-3-0, Aluminum Falcons, and their alliance partner, 50-26 Tesla Coils. We have the scores from our previous playoff match. 5. The Red Alliance comes out with a score of 168. Yeah. From our previous playoff match, 5 teams 24087 Mecha Storm and 26583 NASA have been eliminated from the brackets, but they've competed incredibly and showcased some of the best robotics we've seen. Please give them a hand for their successes, and we hope to see them again. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, scoring. 3, 2, 1, go! 3 of 4 robots all moving. Tesla Coils getting specimens from their preloaded and maybe picking up the yellow samples for their autonomous. The Mecha Knights picking up a human player created specimen for their high chamber, while Aluminum Falcons do so for the Red Alliance. The Velocity Raptors park into the net zone for better position.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All robots are moving now. Mecha Knights on the Blue Alliance going for specimens, while the Lumen Falcons do the same for the Red Alliance. Tesla Coils juggling a yellow sample, hopefully getting it towards the Red high baskets. The Velocity Raptors picking up the nearby yellow samples and scoring them into the low baskets. Mechanites scoring a blue specimen and sliding the other ones over for more space. The Aluminum Falcons placing theirs. Well, Tesla Coils goes for the last remaining spike mark sample. The Aluminum Falcons and Mechanites both collect from the submersible, placing their elements into the observation zone to become specimens. Aluminum Falcons lining up for another specimen. Tesla Coils collecting from the submersible with Mechanites. The Velocity Raptors dropping a sample into the high basket. Tesla Coils, Mechanites, and Aluminum Falcons are all in the submersible, looking for the right colored samples. Velocity Raptors getting another yellow sample into the high basket. Mechanites getting a specimen onto their high chamber. Tesla Coils and Falcons collecting. Tesla Coils moving towards the submersible once again after placing it in the high baskets. Aluminum Falcons look like they may be setting up for an endgame ascent. Mechanites going for one more from the submersible, but it just falls outside. The Velocity Raptors getting another one in the basket. We're in the last 5 seconds. We have 2 teams up in the air from each alliance. As the buzzer rings, 3 robots are in contact with the submersible and 1 in the observation zone. We have the scores from playoff match 6. The Blue Alliance takes the dive with a score of 171. The Red Alliance just shy at 167. Incredibly close match. The Red Alliance has unfortunately been eliminated. Let's give a round of applause to the Tesla Coils, 50-26 and 72-30, the Aluminum Falcons. Even if your team has been eliminated or is not participating in the playoff matches, there are judges' awards, so stick around for those. Setting up on field 1, the Red Alliance, we have 37-47, the Hive, and their alliance partner, 26-6-30, Chaos Squared. They are competing against 1-2-3-5-1 Aviators and their fellow team, 5-6-6-7 Robominers. Blue Alliance, ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Referees, scoring will begin in 3, 2, 1, Go! All 4 robots move during autonomous with pre-programmed instructions only. No human input is allowed. The RoboMiner is getting a sample into their high basket, while Chaos Square does the same. Chaos Square getting a second sample in their high basket, while the Hive nearly throws a home run. 1 specimen on the high chamber for each alliance. The RoboMiner is parking in the send zone, while Hive gets a second specimen onto the high chamber. Maybe a third, and a third specimen on the high chamber, just as autonomous ends.
Your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As usual, pushing the nearby team-specific alliance samples towards the observation zones to be turned to specimens, while the yellow ones are moved to the high baskets. Chaos Squared is currently stuck near the baskets. They're moving now. RoboMiner's getting a sample into the blue high basket, while Aviators goes to the submersible. RoboMiner's in the Hive, each competing for the same fishing spot. Chaos Squared moving towards the submersible. It looks like they are hanging early. The Hive collecting samples from the submersible while stacking them in the observation zone for later use. The RoboMiner is going for the submersible, and the Aviator is collecting a specimen from the observation zone. Chaos Squared is back, and they've dropped a sample into the high basket. The Hive, after collecting from the submersible, is now pulling their specimens off the wall and scoring them onto the high chamber for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is collecting from the submersible. RoboMiners to do samples and Aviators for specimen. The Hive collecting another specimen onto their high chamber. Chaos Squared providing a sample to the red high basket, while RoboMiners does the same for the Blue Alliance. Chaos Squared going for another sample during the endgame period. Hive fishing for another sample. The team is lining up for the last samples, or preparing to hang. The Aviators suspended off the ground. Chaos Squared appear to be suspended off the ground. RoboMiners may barely have slid into the observation zone, while the Hive is already parked on the Red Alliance. Setting up on field 2 for playoff match 8. On the Blue Alliance, we have 10695 Minerva and their alliance partner 25678 Disconnect. Give them a cheer. On the Red Alliance, we have 10533 Ohms Velocity Raptors and their alliance partner 16028 Mechanites. The winner of this match will advance to playoff match 9, while the loser will be eliminated. It will be a tough match. We have scores for playoff match 7. The Red Alliance advances with a new event high score of 228. Congratulations. That is also the state high score, as I've just been informed. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause. Looks like we are ready to run playoff match 8. We will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots are off. Both Red and Blue Alliance each have a robot placing a specimen onto the high chamber. The Blue Alliance gets a sample into the high basket. But the Red Alliance 10-5-3-3 just barely misses the low basket. Mechanites looks like they went for another specimen for their Auton, but it may have missed slightly. 2 samples scored by the Blue Alliance's Minerva.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Disconnect using their tried and true strategy of pushing the samples first and foremost into the observation zone. Minerva collecting the samples nearby for the high baskets. The Velocity Raptors look like they may be trying to dislodge an element from their robot, while the Mechanites collect specimen and place it onto the high chamber. Minerva loses a sample onto the floor, but it is not lost. Mechanites collecting from the submersible, while it is prepared. Other one is prepared in the observation zone to be scored as a specimen. Disconnect getting another specimen for the Blue Alliance high chamber. Velocity Raptor maybe running into a wall, but they're not out of ideas. Reaching into the submersible, Mechanites and Disconnect. We have a robot cease move. Let's hope they can get back up to speed.
Robots off.
The Velocity Raptors continue to mill around the corner, while Disconnect collects from the submersible along with Mechanites, looking to score as many specimens as possible. Mechanites, after collecting a few specimens, is now scoring them onto the high chamber before the endgame mark. Disconnect doing the same. Velocity Raptors still trying to get dislodged from the robot, a stuck sample. Mechanites and Disconnect both lining up and getting another specimen onto the high chamber. Mechanites getting their last specimen they collected from the submersible onto the high chamber. Disconnect trying to get their last one too. Mechanites hangs for an ascent too as the buzzer rings. Velocity Raptor is parked in the observation zone. Minerva may have lost power. They have disconnected. We have the score for playoff match 8. The Blue Alliance wins. They will be advancing to playoff match 9. A very close, hard-fought game with a difference of 4 points. The Red Alliance 5 with 10-5, 3-3, and 16-0-2-8 Mechanites and the Velocity Raptors have been eliminated. But hard-fought. Give them a round of applause. You may see the timer on the game screens. Or we'll be taking a short break, preparing for some judges' awards, so stick around. While we're waiting, give a cheer for our referees, making it possible to score all our games. Give a cheer for the field resetters, making sure for you to field. Give a cheer for the scorekeeping system, Trishelle, and everyone behind. Give a cheer for Jan Lin, the event director. Okay. While we're going to buy a little time, we're going to show off. You saw the sneak peek in Discord. If you are a part of the Utah Discord, that's a hint. You should all be on the Utah Discord. Wow, Zarin. Louder.
This is what the custom awards look like. I did want to give a shout out to my husband, Scott. He's up there, who helped do the design. And he's doing all the AV. And then back here, Jaden, turn around. There you go. The little anchor, the little award, one of a kind custom. So the first one is going to be the Judges Award.
We are getting the script now.
Wait.
Motivate.
Okay, wait, do I have some judges here still? Can you come on up? I see Holly. Come on, judges. Y'all, they've been here all day. Let's give it up for these judges.
You may have seen them in the pits, but while they weren't interviewing teams, finding the best of the best, they've been deliberating, debating, deciding who is worthy of these awards.
Come on, judges. They're a little shy. They're going to stand right here. The kids are going to come up to you guys and you can give them a high five. Okay. Judges, come stand here. When the kids get announced, then you're going to take a picture. Here, you can hold this. You're going to hold the judges. Look. Is this all the judges that are left? That's a little still impressive. All right. Okay. Drum roll. Let's hear it. Woo! Read the script.
Thank you. First, we have the Judges' Choice Award. The Judges' Choice Award is given at the discretion of the judges to a team they have encountered whose unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet the team does not fit into any of the existing award criteria categories. Here is what the judges have to say about the winner of this award. This team's claw took us by surprise. This scrappy team pulled together an effective robot out of recycled parts. Watch out, they are fast and dangerous. Congratulations to Team Ohm's Velocity Raptors, 10-5-3-3.
Okay, you come from here, give a fist bump, elbow bump, and then run down to there for your pictures. The rest of your team.
Get your entire team to claim your prize.
Wow, pretty amazing. Okay, come down here. Woo!
Next award is the Design Award. Design Award expands on this year's challenge, inspiring teams to incorporate industrial design into their robots. These elements can be shown in the simplicity of the design as it applies to the tasks, the look and feel of the robot, and how the design allows us to think of robots in different ways. Second place, we have 26630 Chaos Squared from West Jordan, Utah. After you have received your trophy, please head over to the wall to take some photos. Here is what the judges have to say about the winner of the Design Award. Their groundbreaking design captured the judges' attention. Their cascading slide feature was their golden nugget. This team dug deep into their game strategy and produced a red-hot robot. Congratulations, Team 5667 RoboMiners! For our third award before we continue matches, the Motivate Award. The team that receives the Motivate Award celebrates the culture of FIRST and clearly shows what it means to be a team. This award celebrates the team that represents the essence of FIRST Tech Challenge competition through team building, team spirit, and displayed enthusiasm. This is a team who makes a collective effort to make FIRST known throughout their school, community, and sparks others to embrace the culture of FIRST. In second place, we have 21676 Traffic Cone Pigeon Girls. Now, here is what the judges have to say about the winner of the Motivate Award. This team has a strong presence in the Salt Lake City community. No wonder their programs and presentations were a success with such magnetic personalities. One moment. The sheer roar of their passion for robotics is an impressive motivating force. Congratulations, Team 19922 Iron Lions, Salt Lake City, Utah. We will now return to the playoff matches. The awards will be back. Give a round of applause for all teams winning awards, competing with robots. All of you deserve it. Setting up on the field 1 is playoff match 9. The winner of this match will advance to playoff match 10. Meanwhile, the other alliance will have been eliminated. setting up on the field for the Red Alliance. We have 12351 Aviators and their alliance partner 5667 Robo Miners. Give them a cheer. And also welcome to the field 10695 Minerva and their alliance partner 25678 Disconnects.
3 Park City teams against each other. I have to close my eyes and not watch. I'm kidding.
Blue Alliance is readying up. Red Alliance is readied up. Referees have readied up. Scoring will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Begin playoff match 9. All 4 robots moving their autonomous period, only using pre-programmed instructions. Robo Miners getting 2 samples in their high basket. Aviators getting their specimen for the Red Alliance and going for a second one. Minerva grabbing a second sample from the white spike marks, be placed in the blue high basket. Disconnect parking in the observation zone for 3 points from the autonomous phase. Robo Miners parked in the ascent zone, resting on the first ascent rung.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A collision between red and blue. Robo Miners immediately going to submersible for elements. Aviators doing the same. Minerva picking up a sample from the spike mark and placing it in the high basket. Robo Miners matching in pace, doing the same. Disconnect lining up to place a sample onto their high chamber. Aviators looks to be pushing the red samples into the observation zone so they can be converted into specimens for sweet, sweet points. Robo Miners and Minerva both get a sample into their high baskets. Disconnects lining up onto the high chamber, scoring another one. Robo Miners and Minerva each have reached into the submersible and acquired samples for their baskets. They certainly won't leave anything half empty. Aviators collecting another specimen from the observation zone. Minerva and Disconnects fishing for samples from the submersible. Robo Miners scoring a sample, goes for another one. Disconnects right next to them. Aviators lining up to get a specimen onto the high chamber. Robo Miners getting a sample into the high basket for red. Disconnect collecting multiple samples, delivering them to the observation zone, and preparing them for being scored as specimens onto the high chamber. Aviators scoring one more specimen for the Red Alliance. Disconnect trying to do the same. Minerva going to collect another sample from the submersible, or maybe trying to hang for Ascent 2 for 15 points. Robo Miners going for another element in the submersible. Aviators moving around. Minerva suspended off the ground for Ascent 2. Some chips of wood fly from Disconnect's robots as the match comes to a close. The winner of this playoff match will advance to match 10. It awaits the scores of this close and intense match. Who has made a bigger splash? Find out. we have the scores for playoff match 9. Give it a drum roll. Prepare yourself. The Red Alliance takes the victory. They will be advancing to match 10. But give a cheer for the Blue Alliance, 25-6-7-8 Disconnect, and their alliance partner, 10-6-9-5 Minerva. Where are our judges? We have more awards to give.
Judges, come on down. The price is, oh, sorry, wrong game. Actually, oh.
We're looking for Nick. Hooray! Give the judges a cheer. They've returned with more awards to give to teams. We now have the Control Award. The Control Award celebrates the team that demonstrates innovative thinking in the control system to solve game challenges such as autonomous operation, enhancing mechanical systems with intelligent control, or using sensors to achieve better results on the field. For second place, we have from Park City, Utah, 5667 RoboMiners. You get high five, elbow, fist bump. Woo! And now, here is what the judges have to say about the winner of the Control Award. Prepare to be amped up for a team that shocked the competition. Their sparks of creativity electrified every aspect of their control tech, from subsystems to error calculations. This team ohms up to the competition. Congratulations to Team 5026 Tesla Coils. Go that way. They have brought their shocking performance all the way from Idaho. Give them another applause. Our next award before the final playoff matches is the Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX. The Innovate Award, sponsored by RTX, celebrates a team that has the ingenuity and inventiveness to make their designs come to life. This award is given to the team that the judges feel has the most innovative and creative robot design solution to this season's game. Elements of this award include elegant design, robustness, and out-of-the-box thinking. This award may address the design of the whole robot or some sub-assembly components. The creative component needs to work consistently. In second place, we have 19389 Angry Aliens from Taylorsville, Utah. Hello? Congratulations. Now, here is what the judges have to say about the winner of this award. This team looked at last year's robot and saw an opportunity to be unique. Their transfer system helped them fly to the top. This robot is no tin can. Congratulations, team 17230 Aluminum Falcons from Sandy, Utah. With that, we will now be playing the next and possibly final playoff match. Thank you. I have a sinking feeling that some members in the audience may have some good C jokes for us. Are there anyone who would like to share? One, it better be good.
Are you a match? Because you could be my end game.
A pickup line for robotics. Now, Leif, do you have anything to say?
I had a chemistry joke, but it's all gone.
Was that the kind of reaction you expected? Is there anyone else who has a joke? Why do you have a list of lines? Sure.
So a bear walks into a bar. He says, "I'd like a glass of water," and the bartender says, "Sure, but why the big pause?"
Hey guys, give it up for our DJ, Will Watkins. Woo!
An engineer, mathematician, and scientist walk into a bar. This is the wrong exam, they said.
Why do FTC teams never get lost? Because they always follow the control hub.
We are now on possibly the final match of the day, playoff match 10. Arriving on the field for the Red Alliance, 37-47, the Hive. Give them a cheer. And their alliance partner, 26-6-3-0, Chaos Squared. Must be very tired if this is the final match. Try again. Cheer for the Red Alliance. And then we'll cheer for the Blue Alliance with 1-2-3-5-1 Aviators and their team alliance partner, 5-6-6-7 Robo-Miners.
Here for the audience. All right, as the playoffs match 10, the suspense, it's just killing me. But I did want to say thank you to all of you. In one way or another, you are supporting amazing program, amazing students, teams, and we couldn't do it without all of you. Even a few of you that literally came and never got up again. Thank you, because you were here. As you saw with my volunteers, it's into the deep, but the back, Zarin, you're not wearing yours. The back says SEAL team. What does SEAL stand for? Louder.
The back says SEAL team sacrificing entire afternoon leisure. That's all of the leisure gone in the afternoon. So thank you to all volunteers who have sacrificed their afternoons making this event possible. And those of you in the audience, even if you only did a small thing, every bit helps. Thank you for being here. And we are ready, as is custom for playoff match 10, which may be the final match. It is custom for the teams to give each other a handshake. I would like to ask the Blue and Red Alliance to wrap around, greet each other, and give each other a handshake for what may be the final match of today. Good luck to both alliances. Thank you, and good luck to both alliances. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Referees, scoring. We'll begin the final match in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots moving, the Hive snapping a specimen onto their hide chamber. Aviators doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Robo-Miners loading up on another sample and placing in the high baskets. Well, 26-6-3-0, Chaos Square does the same. The Hive has stopped their robots, but have prepared 3 specimens in their observation zone. The Aviators get 2 specimens onto the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. Chaos Squared parking
in the descent zone with the Robo Miners on the opposite side.
3, 2, 1.
All robots seem to be moving, or the hive is almost there. The Robo Miners picking up an element sample from the submersible. Chaos Square looking to pick up the yellow sample from the spike mark. Aviators looking at the submersible too. The hive has recovered and is attempting to squeeze themselves nearby the submersible where the Robo Miners are trying to collect. Chaos Squared pulling samples as well. Aviators on the opposite side avoiding the traffic jam and dropping the sample nearby in the observation zone for being turned into a specimen. Hive dropping off a sample to be turned into a specimen as well. Robo Miners drop a sample, but it lands in the net zone, still offering 2 points. Chaos Square lining up for another high basket for the Red Alliance. Robo Miners goes back to the submersible. Chaos Squared meets him there. The Hive squeezing in once again next to the Robo Miners, looking to keep up the pace, while the Aviators score another specimen onto the high chamber. The Hive collected a large amount of specimens onto the wall for the observation zone. It looks like they are scoring them one after another. Robo Miners looks like they're lined up, and they score another sample into the blue high baskets. Aviators lining up for a blue specimen. Chaos Squared picking up from the submersible and delivering the sample to the high baskets. In the end game, these teams must decide whether they must go for another sample, another specimen, or prepare themselves for a small amount of points by ascending the submersible or parking in the observation zone. Chaos Squared going for another sample in the high basket. The Hive getting a specimen. The Aviators of the Blue Alliance preparing to hang while the Robo Miners sits on the side. We have 2 robots suspended in the air and 2 robots parked, concluding our match 10. We have the scores for playoff match 10. Give it a drum roll. Who will ascend from the deep for this match? And the winner, playoff match 10, is the Red Alliance. Congratulations. For the losers, the Blue Alliance, please give them a cheer. Like 6 Blue Miners. Don't disrespect Aviators. Congratulations. And congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning playoff match 10. Awards.
my